Hello. I don't know everybody watching on this channel, but I just felt like I was putting way too much on the main channel. So this channel is not monetized, but you can still sit there and chat with folks. And that's what it's all about. That's why I'm doing it anyway. Yeah, we're not going to buy that. Or that. Or that. I love how it gives you a cheaper option each time you project it. There we go. Nope, no premium today. We're almost full. Let's try to knock off. I want to fill this bag up before we leave here. We finally caught our brown trout. So we've completed most of the missions on here. Is it still on there? Is it going to take it again? We'll see. It's toying with it. I need a monster red band right here is what I need. Just mad I broke my rod. I don't have anything I can cast and reel with. Well, technically, I wonder. Let's see what I can. First of all, do I have any? Let folks know we're here. Hey, Austin, how are you, bud? Thanks for stopping in and saying hi. Man, I'm doing all right. I appreciate it. Do you like fishing games? You ever played any? Do you like fishing in real life? So I'm sitting there chatting. So I'm gonna try to do something. I bet. Yeah, I just came across this game about a week and a half ago, and I'm really enjoying it. I broke my rod on the when I got done playing earlier on my casting reel. That's no good. So it won't let me. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to. Hey, I appreciate you stopping by, Austin. I do. I really do. Thank you. All right, so let's see if we can make this work. I don't know if it's work or not. We're gonna try it. Oh, I don't have it. Oh, I gotta have a leader. All right, let's try this. Yeah, that just doesn't work. Yo, ice fishing. Thank you, buddy. Glad you found me. I just felt like I might have been crowding up the main page too much. I'm trying some alternatives to, having my casting rod broken. It's not working well. So but I want to finish up, filling my net before I leave here. Ooh, I need that, but I can't afford it. I have to wait till I have to go put in a lot of work in New York. I mean, just upgrading to the smalls doubles it. Oh wow, that's a significant body of water. Yeah, I can see that. Any money there? Something's pulling at it. There we go. Oh, that's a good one. That's not bad. Boy, yanked him out of the water. Come on. Oh, now that would, yeah. Even I'd rather catch lesser valued fish to be. That broke my leader. Oh, my leader's only 4 pounds. Still though, that broke my leader. I need a stronger leader. Ah, I got this little cheap leader right here. No, we gotta. Get rid of that. What was £6? What did I miss? So I put a £7 leader. I got £7 leader on 6. My line will break before my leader on this, which means I'll lose my hook and my sinker, but oh well. At this point, I'm just trying not to spend too much money, you know. I may not come back to Oregon. I've lost money in Oregon. Between breaking a rod and a reel. There's the reason I stay in the South. True. I mean, it's still a fun trip. And there's something monster in here. I mean, because he made quick work of that leader. Yeah, well, you know I ain't going to Europe. All right, he's fixing to strike. Come on, little fishy. Man, I just want to cast a spoon. That's all I want to do. I'd throw a bobber out there, but anything we'd catch over here, I'd break the line on my float pole. At least I'm pretty sure it would. Well, we can see. That's cool. So it means there's cool scenery. I mean, I'll eventually visit all the locations. Give me that big hook. There we go. Yeah, this probably ain't gonna work for crap, but you know. Probably work better with some minnows and flies, but might have to get me a headlight when I get back to the home base. But I want to head to New York and fill up at least once, maybe twice. And then I need to go finish out Rocky. And I never finished out Missouri either. We got a bite right here. Oh, it's a little bit sunfish or something. Yep. You know that would not happen in real life. There's no way that a little bitty quarter-pound fish would have swallowed a one-out hook. Oh, 3 days of premium. Nice. We just need 4 more pounds to finish up here today. I'm gonna put some minnows on here. I could put some night crawlers. Oh, them minnows are too heavy for that bobber. I forgot. I'm gonna put this bigger bobber on, but oh, something was trying to bite it though. That's hilarious. Fat bobber, come here. Here we go. Kind of want to come see the windmills. All right, here we go. We'll catch our 4 pounder and be done here. Let's listen to the crickets and the birds. And some wolves and coyotes here in a minute. Something's going after it. Fish on. It ain't huge, but it's still a catch. It's a little bass. We'll take him. And we get 4 more of those. 3 more of them. I'm ready to get moving on him. I don't want to leave without filling up my net. I may leave without filling up the net. I mean, we're close. I just want to get to New York and start catching some walleye. Let's do it because I'm tired of night fishing anyway. Let's grab this, whatever this is, and then we'll move on to the next lake. There we go. A little bitty guy, a little trout. Oh, it's a 3-pounder though. That's nice. And that filled us up. So we actually filled up the keep net. Let's check our missions. We still got to catch a green sunfish in mud water. Oh no, we got all of Rocky. And we've got all of Emerald too, I guess, huh? So we gotta catch a 1-pound black crappie. Okay, so that's something we can do, but we gotta do that at Rocky too. But really, well, I'm leaving Oregon and going to Emerald. So we got 4,300 nearly 4,298. Should have enough money to pay for Emerald. We got some good XP this trip. Cancel. Let's go then. Yeah, that's where I'm going next, but I've got to do something. I got to do some fixing. So I've got a 9.9 pound reel, so I need to get a rod that's pretty close to that. That's 7.5. Oh, that's 7. Oh, That's 3 to 9. 3 to 7. 3 to 7. That's a 4 to 9. I may come back on this Featherlight 6-3. That's 3 to 9, but let's see what else we got. Ooh, I like that. $4 to 11, but nah, how much does it cost to go to New York? $3,000? No, I can't afford to spend. Well, I mean, technically I can. I may go broke and have to go back to Lone Star. I don't know. I hate to. That's a short pole, though. That's a 7-footer, 3 to 9. Let's back up a page. 3 to 9. 3,200. You know, I think I'm going to go with this guy for now. All right, so let's. So he's no good. Let's get rid of him. Oh, he's a quit. Oh, it's pretty balanced. So that's a 3 to 9 pound rod, a 9.9 pound reel. I'm going to put 12-pound test on it. And you know what's going on him. That guy right there. That's what we're doing for Emerald. We got plenty of everything else that we don't even need. I don't need his 3-pound stuff anymore. He can go in there. Let's check out my other gear. You know, I unlocked that. So this guy can hold 10. I like shopping. Oh, look at that. So I've got this sucker. This one holds 65, but I'm going to wait until I get to 23. Get to one that holds 88 pounds, or maybe. Oh, look at level 28. Oh, but it's $24,000. But it holds nearly 200 pounds. The Fish Castle XL. That's the business right there. I then you go to some of these monsters. Oh, I gotta catch a redfin pickerel. Catch turtles. I didn't even know about that. Dumb cats out there meowing, wanting to go outside. So let's go to Emerald. Let's buy a license. One day. And then let's travel. I mean, I've got my casting rod and my spoons. And I'm just going here to farm. Oh, we're at the beginning of a peak. Yeah. Let's see if we can fill up in 15 minutes. Nope, not buying that. All right, it's 8:57. Oh yeah, I like this. It's about to be fish on here in a minute. Fish on. And he's not fighting very hard, but he might not be small because this is the strongest rod reel combo I've had yet. I mean, he could be a 3-pounder. And I'm just, well armed. Look at that. 2.9. We got $300 in. We spent $4 grand to come down here, not counting the gigantic spinodrome pole. It's all right though. One cast, one fish. Why is my... Okay, it's working now. Fish on. Oh, this one's got a little... Oh, he's wanting to bow up. This might be 3.5-pounder. Nah, we got him subdued now. That's gonna be the only thing I mean, it's gonna be great for farming these, walleye, but it will lose some of the fun having this stronger rod and reel. Like our first time we came here, this 3-pound pike would have been a fight. That's a trophy. Nice. That's 2 casts, 2 fish, so we can do 3. Well, we've been here 3 minutes and we've got 6 pounds in the keep net. And almost $600. We're at the beginning of a peak time of day. Fish on. Oh, it's a little bitty guy. This might be a crappie. I do need to catch a 1 pound black crappie here. No, it's just a little walleye. I say little, it's 2.5 pounder. That's 3 casts, 3 fish. Well, I got lucky. I come in right at the beginning of a peak time. Yeah, 3 casts. We got 8.4 pounds in, and it's been 4 minutes. I want to see if I can fill this net in 15 minutes. Do they have little pencil mustaches? I mean, how are they different than American perches? Now, the Amazon perches are different. Those suckers are massive. Man, I want to get like 10 in a row, but I got to get to 4 first. Oh, Tragic Sin over here. He's got a little bit of fight on his. Fish on. Oh, there you go. Now he's pulling a little. Oh, he tried to fight back a little bit. $2.8. Nice. Man, if I could fill up twice real quick. Thing about it, I'm going to have to fill up like 10 times to make enough money to go to the Everglades. There's another fish on. This is my 6th cast and the 5th fish on. Let's see if I can land it. Yeah, this place it's a hot spot today. Tragic Sin just caught a 22.610. Oh, I got a trophy walleye. Man. My Oregon license is about to expire. I got all your luck. Yeah, we're definitely keeping this fella. 7 minutes in, and we're at 15 pounds. Yeah, I can't fill it up at 15, but I want to know what this dude over here catching. I don't even know what that kind of fish is called. I think about it, if it don't pay $100 a pound, I don't care. I'd rather catch 30 walleye than 3 big. Oh, here we go. Oh, it's a little guy. I wouldn't mind a trophy black perch just to knock that one off. Oh, this is little, whatever it is. It better not be a perch. It's probably a pike. No, it's a walleye. It ain't even that little. 3.5 pounds. It was just a. I'm gonna have to get used to this rod and reel. Man, that's awesome. Come on. Oh wow. Another little guy. Little 3 pounder. 2.5 pounder. Nice. Thick lipped gray mullet. I don't know what a thick lipped gray mullet is. It sounds like it belongs in Mississippi more than it does Europe. There's another one on. Come on. I'm casting out 160 feet with this new rod and reel. I was barely hitting 110, 115 with the last setup. Exact same lure, too. This rod's longer, though. Nice. Man, 3.3 pounds. 25 pounds in 11 minutes. Another one's on. Oh, this one's got some chalk, or at least some fight. So this is my 10th cast. This is my ninth. If I catch it, it'll be my ninth fish. I mean, it ain't me. It's just time of day. Ah, nice. And with those 3.5ers and that trophy four, I'm averaging just over 3 pounds of fish. It's also helping that I'm getting out 165 feet on this cast too. 163, whatever it was. 166. I looked over at the where I've got on my phone. I've got the stream pulled up so I can look at the chat. Sitting on a little miniature tripod sitting on the table next to my laptop, and there's a 5 second delay, so I was able to see what it. Even after I started reeling, I was able to see how far it cast out. Well, you can't get it every time. We're in Emerald Lake. I am. Just finished up Oregon. finished the mission over there and filled my keep net up and broke a reel and a rod. And I had enough money just to get back to replace my gear and get to Emerald to try to raise some money. There's nowhere pays out like Emerald Lake. Right? And right now I am 9 out of 11. 9 fish out of 11 casts here at Emerald. I've been fishing Emerald for 14 minutes and I've already got 27 and a half pounds in the fish net. But it's right at an hour in game time. This was a bad cast. Yeah, we made the sacrifices. Do what you got to do, though. But I should still just be getting into the, like, this day started at the beginning of the upsweep of a peak, so I'm not even at the max of the peak. And of course, there's only so many fish out there, so I may have caught them all. Well, not all of them, but, you know. It's funny when it gets to a new hour. That's what happened. If you just notice how the light and everything changed, it switched to 6 a.m. You gotta grab me a cough drop or something here. Give me a second, guys. Aiden, I'm glad you found us over here. I'm glad you saw my post. Or you subscribe to this channel. You might be subscribed to the channel. I think we were doing Minecraft together when I first made this little channel. $174 feet. That was fun. That was back before I really even knew how to play really good. That's back before I got too obsessed with it. Fish on. He got a little bit of pull on him. It's pumping. Boy, I yanked that walleye out of the water. 3¼ pounds. We're at 30 pounds. How much longer we got for? Oh, we're already on the down, so we may move here, but I wanna fill up before I have to change time. Well, no, it won't matter because I have to go the next day anyway to. I want to fill up. Eight more fish should fill this up. I'm still going to stream over on my other channel. It's just I have uploaded so much there this week, past 2 weeks. I mean, 2 streams and a video almost every day. Then one day I did 2 streams and 2 videos. Actually, I did that a couple of days. 3 days I did 3 different videos, I think. There we go. Fish on. Getting my belly. Nice. Seven more of those. See, the thing about the Everglades is it don't pay as much. But man, you're catching some huge fish there. A lot of them are too big to even catch to keep right now because I can't put more than 11-pound fish in my bag. Let's cast another direction for a second. Come on. Yeah, they've slowed off quite a bit now. My first 7 casts, I caught 6 fish. What are you fishing with over there, Boomer? Alright. Yeah, right over you guys. I need to get another one of them trophies. That was a big old walleye, comparatively. Wonder how big do the walleye get here? Do we know? Guess I can take a look in a minute, but good job, Woody. My walleye was bigger than yours. 5 pound would be that's a huge walleye. Is that how big walleye get in real life? I said I've never fished anywhere that had walleye. Man, I was hoping I had a time jump, but I thought we had a fish on. There we go. Little bitty guy. We're gonna let him go. I mean, we're still on the edge of the. We're gonna give it a few more minutes. Man, I'm still curious about the Everglades. It's just, I know I'm not equipped to go down there. Net upgrade, bigger rod and reels. I mean, there's some 5 and 6 pound stuff there too, but again, I mean, there's a lot of fish that I couldn't even put in because my single max is 11. There we go, another little fish on. Boy, there is. He is. Oh, it's bigger than I thought. I mean, he's little, but still bigger than I thought. 6 degrees warmer tomorrow. Still gonna be a cool day tomorrow though. We're only gonna be in mid 70s. It was cold today. Cold, just dreary. Little 2 pounder. Barbless Master. All right. A half ounce. That's a bigger. It's a 3/0 hook too. And we got 3 bait coins. Oh, that was ignorant of me. I jerked it and it went all the way back here. That dude's all kind of snazzy. You know why? He pays to play. That's how he's got that special fancy jacket. That jacket adds like an extra 50 lures or something. I'm trying to do a free to play. Well, it ain't that I'm trying. I can put money on a video game. Come on, fish on. Had a little bit of fight to him, but we'll get him in. A little 3.5 pounder. All right. So why are walleyes called Xander? Do y'all know? Like I have no clue why. Oh, okay. I wasn't even thinking about that. I mean, I didn't know that was the family of fish they were in, but I was like, is this some kind of like walleye angler slang that I'm not, in the loop of? Because, I'm just a commoner that jerks perch and bass and catfish. There's a little fish on. I mean, we're only 5 or 6 fish away from filling this net up. Gotcha. We're at 44, so yeah, we got 11 more pounds. Is it Germanic? Because you mentioned Americanized. Xander sounds like it'd be very Germanic. That makes sense. I mean, if it's a northern part of the Midwest, it's going to have some Germanic or Viking roots. Which, I mean, this is in New York, but walleye really big all across like the Midwest, right? Like northern Midwest. Oh, this is a little guy. No, he's only 3 pounder. He ain't bad. That's what I figured. It's all pasty up there. You got to just blend in with all that snow. Yeah, same thing. My sister did the ancestry thing, and we came back as the liliest, whitest people. Here's what's crazy though. Now I've lost a lot of my melanin, or yeah, but we were both so brown when we were younger. We got confused for being not white at all. Like when my sister was born, she was so dark that my aunt, this, yeah, I remember this back in the 80s, and hospitals weren't as down with the technology. And yeah, I didn't do any of my sister did. I told her don't be doing it, but she did it. So, um, but like, there was another woman giving labor next to my mom. This is how it was in the 80s, and the woman was a black woman. And my sister came out so dark that my aunt went and made sure they gave my mom the right baby. Like they didn't mix them up. And that black woman's baby was only a little bit darker than my sister. And then everybody thought that we were either mixed black and white or Mexicans or Puerto Ricans when we were younger. Um, my dad worked at a place at one point to where he was the only one of the very few white people there. You gotta remember, that was back in the 70s. And they were inviting him to a party, and he's like, "Yeah, no." And they're like, "No, no, you can bring your wife too. There'll be other white people there." And Dad's like, "Dude, I'm Germanic." And so it doesn't make sense because we've always been so dark skinned and our features, not stereotypical European. There's some. And our grandfather, my dad's dad, always told us that his mother was a full blooded Indian. But my grandfather is also full of crap on a lot of stuff. Like, not full of crap, but he liked to joke. And he's like, "Oh, yeah, she was a Blackfeet." And we are like, "A Blackfeet?" He goes, "Yeah, because she didn't wear shoes. Her feet were black." And the thing about it, she lived on a reservation. My grandfather was born in that area. There's proof of that. Not a lick of native blood in our DNA. So we thought maybe we had some African blood. No, nothing showed up in our DNA. Now, of course, you could be technically you could be descended from either African or from Native American and it not show up in your DNA because everything else is stronger. But there's like zero. It's like 100% Caucasoid or whatever. But yeah, so I mean, and like my sister did a genealogy one time because if you once you connect back to Europe, they've they've had we're a new country. We're less than 300 years old. But I missed that strike. But they've been keeping records for thousands of years. She was able to trace us all the way back to the 700s, and we were descendant from King Eric the Blood Axe, a Norwegian king who was a horrible king, ended up losing his throne, and it's rumored through history he killed his father and his brother to be able to have the throne. His wife was an alleged witch, and when he ran out of Norway, he fled to Scotland. Well, it wasn't Scotland at the time; it was the Scottish Isles, and they made him a king of one of their little islands. And that's how our family ended up over, descended through Scotland. But apparently, after he died, his wife, oh, there's a fish on. His wife, who was, who they figured was behind him killing his brother, she went back to Norway with their kids because technically they were, royalty. I'm doing air quotes as royalty as Vikings were back in the 700s and 800s. And she murdered and pilfered and pillaged and connived and got them put back in places of nobility. Well, 2.6 pounds. Like it was all messed up. And I told my sister, maybe we don't need to be looking up our history no more. Three more fish and we'll have this net full. Yeah, because not all your traits are passed down. I mean, you don't get every bit of the DNA that went into you. Some stuff just doesn't make it. At least that's why I may have misunderstood it, but that's the way I understood what I was told was, you could have some bloodline that doesn't show up. I have no clue. I know people like to glorify, romanticize the Vikings, They were not good people. Not the ones that people like to glorify, romanticize. I mean, yeah, no one was good at that time. Well, there were plenty of good people, and they got slaughtered, or were fortunate enough to just go unnoticed. You didn't make the history books if you weren't a good person. Didn't make the history books, not back then. A little fish on. Oh, this was gonna be. Hang on a second. Yeah, varying degrees of barbarism. All right, another 2.5 pounds. We're closer. One, two more fishes, and we're gonna be able to sell out. Oh yeah. Another fish on. Oh, this is a tiny guy. We'll throw him back. It's probably a perch. I mean, if he's a tiny walleye, we'll keep him because he's still got the good payout ratio. But well, no, he's giving a little fight now. Oh, that stinks. Holy crap! Look at this sucker. We got a trophy. He's a $500 fish. 4.8 pounds. I mean, this guy be getting max. Yeah, that's gonna feel. I'm keeping that up, isn't it? Oh yeah, that put us over. I'm curious about. I wonder what the largest walleye caught in this game is. Holy crap! Do you see that? The smallest one on the top 100 biggest, the smallest one is 17.8 pounds. Does it tell where it was caught? No. Oh, look, this dude's done caught a 550-pound bluefin, almost 600-pound grouper. Look, he caught a 4 and 4. Look at that bull shark he's caught. Oh, wow. Oh, he's a level 90. That's insane. I wish it would tell you where they caught him. Wow. So we've got 35.76 and another 58.52. Yeah. You see some of these guys, they pop up, they got like 300,000, credits. So we need to go to the next. We got to do that during the in game, don't we? I don't know how to do it outside of the game. So 58, 52. Yeah, we're going to extend one more day. Hey, we got a marker buoy. Oh, I didn't even know that was a challenge. Nice. So what time of day? Oh, so it's not a dip, but it's kind of flat all the way up till. That's all right though. We we can still fill up. So if you catch a big fish somewhere, you put that marker buoy on there. You mark. You know, if you have a honey hole, you can mark it with that buoy. I'm not sure how to do it yet, but I've seen them do it on tutorials. Well, I haven't seen how they do it on tutorials, but I've seen where like people are like, "Oh, let me pull up my marker buoys," and it pulls up a little tablet. Well, we got a fish on first cast. Um, he pulled out, and I don't have the drag set all the way, but it's set pretty high. He didn't pull out a lot, but he pulled out some. Let's get him in and see what he is. Dude, another trophy. And a new level. Look at that. I forgot to see how much kayaks cost. Oh, we unlocked White Moose. And the Fish Cabin Medium Plus. New vest. Oh, we got crankbaits now. See, we need some of those crankbaits to go to Everglades. Half-ounce spoons. More rigs. Oh, bigger floats. Some 6-aught jig heads, 3-aught spoons. Oh, yeah, we'll be ready. Oh, we unlocked 8-aught, 7-aught hooks. Oh, yeah, we'll be ready. Once we upgrade our reel and our rod, and well, we're not going to upgrade, we're going to add. Because I'm going to keep my little walleye slayer. But we're going to add. I might buy that. I unlocked the 4-rod holder, and I might buy it next. Oh, we got another fish on, and he's fighting too. I mean, I might become the trophy slayer. You never know. I'll tell you one thing though. I'm not going to let this rod and reel break if I can help it. I'll spend the coin to the in-game credits to repair those. The 2.5 pounder. 2 casts and we're over 7 pounds. Apparently got big snook down in the Everglades too. Snook and tarpon and peacock bass are the big ones, I think, on that first trip to the Everglades. I wish we could like explore the map and like click without having to leave. Like I wish it would show the globe without having to leave where we're at. It's like I should be able to take a break when I'm fishing and look somewhere else. Gotcha. There you go. This repeat of earlier. 3 casts, 3 hits. Almost 3 pounds. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Yeah, I won't probably hit the European stuff until like probably like hit any European stuff until money's no issue. Oh, that sucks, dude. You need to get out of Europe. Yeah, you need to vacate Europe like you're the French in the 40s. Are we gonna catch 4 in a row? Well, plus I don't know the languages over there. Oh, we didn't catch it. We had a little bit of a bite. Yeah, no, I'm the same way. I get hung up on that. Like I'm going to end up going back to Lone Star until I catch that smallmouth buffalo. Come on. Good job, Hazmat. Me too. Yeah, the info leaves a little something to be desired. Come on. I gotta quit reeling for a second. I gotta adjust some stuff in here. Yeah, I wish it would, because I mean, not only have I not fished all this stuff in real life, the game may actually have different parameters. It may think it's different than what our experience is. Plus, yeah, I've fished bass and brim my whole life in Alabama. You know, they probably bite. I mean, they bite differently between Kentucky Creek and they do it Beach Creek down here. So obviously going to bite completely different. In Mud River or wherever that is. There should be some scouting reports. Like we've got a guy down here. He's a guide on Lake Guntersville, but he posts the scouting report like every day. It's free. It's on his website. Or at least he used to. I don't know if he still does. Probably on a Facebook page now. But he'll post out, from the day before. He'll give like a recap, water temp, what was caught, where they caught it, what they were using, all kinds of stuff. And granted, he does it because that makes people want to, out of towners want to pay to, you know, come to him. But, so it would be realistic though if the game provided something like that. It wouldn't be a cheat. Ah, no, there's one on. It's just ain't. This ain't very big. This might be a perch or a small pike. It's and it is. It's just not in game. Like YouTube's got. There's one guy called Bo Angles, and of course he's a sponsored player, but he done a free to play start over account where he started from the beginning, and it's intent like there's like it's pond by pond, and he does it in what levels, and then like he tells you, hey, these are the kind of stuff, kind of equipment you want to take down there, and is I think he's currently playing Russian fishing for him. He's like a real life like outdoorsman, and his channel does a lot of his live streaming, but he also puts a lot of his real life like stuff on there too, and like he fishes this stuff in real life. And it's funny because he caught one fish in the game, and he's like, "Oh, look, I just got this back to have found it." And he shows the real life fish he caught, the trophy. It was like some saltwater thing I ain't never heard of, but like he's real informative. But most of his videos on Fishing Planet are a year or two old. He did do some within the past year for when they did the Japan upgrade. But so yeah, before I go to Everglades, I'm going to watch that again and watch his beginners. And the biggest thing is he's doing a free to play. There we go. There's something on there, but it ain't big. Oh, there. Well, no, that's pulling. I'm reeling and he's pulling out. All right, I got him coming in. But he takes it free to play all the way to blue crab, which is like level 50, I think. And he's like, once you hit blue crab, he goes, the blue crab is supposed to be the funnest place to fish. But he goes, but once you hit there, you might want to consider spending money on DLC. Oh, that's cool. Oh yeah, Reddit too. There's a subreddit for everything on the planet. See the line where the lake hits the water. See the line where the water hits the trees. It calls me. I'll rewrite the song. I'll cast as hard as I can. How far it goes, nobody knows. Rod stand. That's something else I got to pick up. I got to get the 4 rod holder, the rod stand, the bigger keep net, a whole new rod and reel setup. There we go. Like all of that before I can go to the Everglades. I might have to fill my keep net up 4 or 5 times before I go to the Everglades. Or I'll go a little pike. Let's let him go. Or I'll fill it up one more time, then go to the Everglades and lose everything and then have to go back to Lone Star. I would. I'd do whatever you can to get out of Europe. But I say that, but I'm not there. And that's why I haven't gone over there, because I know what I'd do. I'd sit there until I caught every fish available. It made me mad. Somebody in weird pants, funny hat, and wooden shoes out fishing me. I can't go to Europe. I don't have a passport. I don't even have one of the star IDs they talk about. My driver's license actually just expired. I got to go to renew it. We get like 6 months in Alabama to renew it. I've never traveled internationally. And be honest, if I get back into physical shape where I'm able to, I don't know if I would. Mm, I might would go to Canada. See what that poutine or whatever it is all about. But I can probably get that in Minnesota. I mean, the only reason I really see myself needing to go to Canada would be if I want, if I was, because I would like to go, I would like to go to Niagara Falls, and so if I went to Canada, I could see the whole thing. Because you can see the whole thing, but I think is there more to experience on the Canadian side? I don't know. I mean, I've never been, so I feel like I've done a lot in my life, but I've done so little, and I'm getting too another fish on, and I'm getting too old to get into a lot of it. Oh, that guy's this is another trophy. Maybe not. He might have just had a good fight on the beginning. I mean, I've only been to 15, 16 states, and a couple of them I didn't do more than stop to get gas, maybe eat something. But then when I look at all the different things I've done on jobs and stuff, I mean, I've worked construction, I've worked managed retail, um, dealt with selling building supplies, um, been a mortgage broker, worked for an actual lender too, been a financial advisor. Back when Xbox 360 was still young, I worked for Xbox, worked for American Express, and worked for Verizon. And then throughout these things, I've done training seminars with Secret Service because there was a counterfeit money ring going on in Birmingham, Alabama, and we had to go in and help deal with that. I worked with the ATF undercover trying to find a bomber in the Carolinas back in '99. I've worked disaster relief. I helped the FBI apprehend one of their wanted people who was a child molester, and actually got a reward for that one. Um, you know, so I've done so many different things, but they were just a little here and there. Yeah, but it's all like super random. The FBI, ATF, and Secret Service thing, that was all when I worked for Lowe's. Um, so being the financial advisor, I got in that at the end of a boom period just before the market crashed in '08, and it was my only source of income, and I did not have a savings built up to help grow the business. I did not have a spouse. It's a huge market correction contraction, yeah. But the biggest thing is getting in that business. You've got to have some support, and I didn't have it. Had no savings. I had no other source of income. I had nobody could help keep the lights on while I, didn't have any money to pour into the business. And I did it for, I struggled through for a couple years on it, but eventually I failed. But at one point I was managing about 10 million, which is small, but it was still respectable. That job was fun though. There were some cool vendor perks. Um, Met some cool people. Oh no, some of my peers with the same firm, same company, but different offices, we're managing 100, 150, 200 million. And of course, they had been in it a long time. And anybody who was on the same level as me who was managing more than 10 was given a large book of business. No, because I was doing mostly commission based stuff or transactional based. So with transactional based, it's cheaper for the client. And Edward Jones, who I worked for, they were just getting into, oh, there's another fish, into doing like where you do a percentage charge. As I left, I'd have been better off. I've been much better off. But no, we'd make, our percentage up front. And plus, I was very conservative. Nice. Oh, okay. You're on a different server or different room. But also, there was a lot of things I did wrong too. Um, I let some personal relationships get in the way of that. I could have put more time on the job. And so it wouldn't just, I mean, the economy was the biggest thing, but I wasn't as focused as I needed to be. And that's sad because not being 100% focused, I did really good. If I'd have been 100% focused, yeah, 2 for 2 on cat. I'm telling you, this game likes to when you first get here on Emerald. Almost every time, my first two catch. Sometimes my first four do. Well, I was also in a toxic relationship with an ex fiance at the time. I mean, we were hooking up more, seeing more of each other at that point than we were when we were engaged. And I'm not proud of it. She was married. And it was just, oh, I just let myself be yanked around. And so much time. Like I dedicated, like she had me spending more time with me than she was with her husband. I don't know how she's doing it. And that's not something I'm proud of. I mean, that's because I've been cheated on. I've never cheated on somebody I was dating, but I have been the person somebody cheated with, and I've been cheated on. And it ain't no better. It's still wrong. You shouldn't mess with somebody else's person. And I justify it because it's like she's gonna do it anyway, so it's not like I'm causing her to do it. But you can justify a lot to yourself. But high stress and low self esteem, boy, that'll make you'll never know what you'll do. Right? It was like, I was a complete different set of morals, dude. 'Oh no, I was horrible. I'm glad you found us over here, Aiden. I was bad. And like I said, it's such a juxtaposition between how I was seen professionally and how I lived my part. Oh, I was, and again, it was low self esteem. 5 for 5. That's awesome. Oh yeah, that's yeah. I mean, I'm different than I was even when I first started coming on here a few years ago. Yeah, a little fish on. That's a good streak. 5 for 5. Yeah, that seems to be the spot, doesn't it? 70 to 80 feet off, and yeah, just a little more than halfway down. Dude, I don't know how long I've been streaming, a little over an hour, and I'm already over halfway through my second keep net, and I'm on the 55-pound keep net. I'm trying to build up money to go to the Everglades. Were either of y'all watching my live streams back when they used to be active and when it was just me getting on and talking with people and maybe occasionally playing a game? But like when there'd be a lot of people before I started going back to church. I don't know if y'all were on back then. This would have been like 2022, 2021, 2021, where I had the. Okay, so this is before that. Um, for some reason, this was the most. Like, this is insane and the most random thing. Um, there was some kid, I say kid, some person in England, some gangbanger, who was in prison for murder. And yeah, so you definitely weren't here for this. And so people would, I didn't know better than to repeat what people would say something in chat, and I'd be like, I'd repeat it back if I didn't understand it. Oh, seven, dude, that's an awesome ratio. And they said free something, and I was like, free, and I didn't realize it was a person's name. And they're like, that's, free so. I'm like, oh, I don't get political. Well, they clipped it and were using, as part of their whole, these people who want this guy freed. First of all, I didn't know him. I don't get involved in that kind of stuff anyway. But I looked it up. This guy was not innocent. I mean, he took a machete and killed somebody in a barbershop in front of people, like an unarmed people. And this happened in England, of course, machete. And I'm like, no, y'all need to take it down. Well, they came on the chat of a live stream, and like all of a sudden they started threatening me, like, come, like, you're gonna bring their whole gangs. I'm like, well, come on, New Market, Alabama. You want my address? But yeah, that was so wild that happened. Now the streams are much more mild. Hang on, guys. Fish. We're gonna throw this little guy back. Well, yeah, back then that's exactly how it was. Wouldn't have cared. Like that's what I was like, I hope they would. That's how it was. Not like it any longer. Trying to figure out what my phone's vibrating. Oh, I didn't mean to cast. Good night, brother. I love you. But no, that was when we lost our home back in 2019, 2020. back in the community we grew up in. And, you know, one of the things we found out was the neighborhood got a little more breaky-any. It was mostly older people after we left. And my sister, you know, she's like, well, no, you and Jeff, my brother, like, people knew y'all would shoot them. Nobody would mess around y'all's into that road. She's like, I would tell people you would shoot them. Of course, we also had a range in our house, so, you know, we were always outside shooting. But I try to avoid violence these days. It's not, it ain't got nothing to do for becoming too fat and crippled either. It's just because I ain't never too fat and crippled to pull a trigger. I don't want to, I don't like that kind of confrontation anymore. I just want to have peace and love. I'm not a hippie or nothing like that, though. Don't get me wrong. Oh, I don't even know. I'd have to count. I sold several last year, and I still put it this way: I have more than you and your tenant combined still, and I've sold a lot in the past few years. Like the past few years, I've sold 10 or more, and I still have more than you and your tenant combined. Another little walleye. But I got rid of everything, had like a laser sight on it. Anything that, don't get me wrong, I'd kill a man with any gun I got, obviously. Kill a man with the way I was raised and taught a lot of things. But I had a few that I had designed specifically for just in case. And I got rid of all those just because I was like, it was the intention behind it. And I was like, you know, I'm trying not to be that person anymore. Plus, I needed the money. Yeah, I don't know what my walleye count is. I have to look. There's got to be a way. Yeah, you can look without having to catch, but I'll probably catch one quicker than where I can go look. It may have. What up, ma'am? She's a higher level than me. And you know what? She's up here farming, making money for her next trip. Here, let's look and see. It's under missions, right? Collecting? No. Is it master? No. What are they called if they're not? I'll just catch one. There's a way to look it up because I have stumbled on it by accident. I didn't even look at the time of day. What day are you on? All right, let me let this sink a little bit. All right, I should get a. I'm on day 2. Here we go. Oh, he's pulling out too. I mean, I snagged him close. Snagged him at 40 feet. I'm at 117. And dude, you've caught a lot more than me. Oh, yeah. Now, I mean, I was never obsessed, but yeah. Well, no, I was probably a gun nut. But that was my hobby. I enjoyed shooting. I enjoyed building them. Um, and before COVID, it was cheap too, or cheaper. Well, during the Trump years, it was cheap to build and buy parts. And then between Democrat being in administration, and I'm not being political, I'm just talking about that's how it is. Gun prices go higher because the gun industry uses the scare of gun grabbers. But then COVID, with supply chain and everything, ammo got ridiculous. Now, at the time, I was sitting on several thousand rounds of ammo, so I wasn't worried about it. But I did quit target shooting as much. But I also lost my home into 2022, so it ain't like I could, where I was crashing at in the city, I couldn't shoot. But never really worried about home invasion. I mean, we were prepared for it, but wasn't really worried about it. I mean, like I said, up until 5 years ago, I lived in a place, you know, that was where I grew up. Everybody knew me. And either they liked me enough where they wouldn't want to do something, or they knew the consequences of me, or even worse, my brother. My older brother is really the one that would have been more to worry about. Oh, no, you're fine. You're not, you didn't apologize for. You probably encounter a very different firearm enthusiast up there than down here. Because, I mean, not only am I Southern and I'm in a gun state, I also have lived rural most of my life. And my parents lived rural my entire life. And so, at the point where I had 40 guns, I don't know if it was that many in the house, but you also got to remember, I mean, my parents are dead, my grandparents are dead. So on top of all the guns I've acquired in my 30 years of legally being able to buy them, I also, had all the stuff that was, handed down. And see, for us, it really, because, well, my dad wasn't one of those. My dad was like, here's how you do it. And it was a real juxtaposition because I was discussing this with somebody who, known my dad almost as long as me, and they couldn't believe, like a lot of people who know me don't understand a lot of the stuff Dad taught us as children. And, and it's funny because my sister and I have been, past couple of years, we've really been looking back on our raising and we're like, man, that's a little twisted. But if you knew my dad, you would know him as the kindest, politest, most caring person in the world. That's who you would meet. And that's who he was. But that's not, and he raised his kids. I don't know if you ever seen that meme that's always be kind, always be polite, and always have a plan to kill everybody in the room. That was our father. And I don't mean this stuff he tells when we were 20 or 15. I mean, 8 years old, he'd be like, so if you had to defend yourself and get out of here, what would you do? I'm like, I'm 8, And he's like, no. He goes, you don't need a gun to incapacitate somebody. You don't need a gun to kill somebody. What would you use to defend yourself in this room? And it might be a restaurant or something. Like just crazy stuff. But I mean, if you knew my grandfather, yeah, situational awareness, but also he was like, look, you never know where you're going to be in a situation to where you got to look somebody straight in the eye and kill them without them know it's coming. Like, really twisted stuff. And it was like, but he never, I mean, he was afraid. And I think it stems from a weird situation I had when my brother was young. Ooh, 3.5 pounds almost. So even living out in the middle of the woods like we did in the late 70s, my brother's 8 years older than me, and he'd got to where he could not sleep. Like he'd come running to my parents' room every night, scared to death, and he was just afraid. Ooh, another fish on. Oh, this one's good. And so finally, after a few nights, my dad's like, I'm just gonna come lay down in bed with you. And so he goes and lays down in bed with my brother, 9, 10 years old. And my brother's laying there. And all of a sudden he just starts shaking with fear. And at this point, my brother doesn't even know why he's scared. And my dad looks up and there's a face in the window. Ooh, that's another good 3-pounder. Somebody had been coming there every night messing my brother through the window. And so, of course, when the cops finally get there, my dad's got the guy on the ground with a 12 gauge barrel, against him. And I think between the way his dad raised him and then that happening, I mean, because dad was in his 20s when that happened. And I think it put a fear in him that somebody might always try to hurt us. And I do remember, like, he would do stuff that was probably a little crazy when I was 5 or 6 years old. But it ramped up by the time I was 8 or 9, which is when my baby sister was born. And he was always afraid somebody tried to steal her. And like somebody made a joke about kidnapping her one time when she was a beautiful little baby. And I think that instance of dad looking up and seeing a face in the window over my brother's bed, I think it traumatized dad. And I think he was like, in that moment, he was like, my kids are never going to be a victim. And I'm never going to have, nobody's ever going to take my kids, and I'm going to raise them to, nobody can take them. Because I mean, my sister at 10 years old telling people, if you ever kidnap, don't let them take you to a secondary location because they're probably going to kill you. So fight, you know, if they're threatening to kill you if you fight, let them kill you if you fight because they're going to kill you anyway. This is a 10 or 12 years old little girl telling her friends that. But you know what? When my sister was down, she was a couple hundred miles from home on her own, and somebody wouldn't leave her alone. She pulled out her, you know, she kept a baseball bat in her car. She ran over their foot and grabbed her ball bat, and guess what? This person quit harassing her too. And she was 18 years old when that happened. So that's all I can figure is my dad was like that. And you know what? That would probably freak me out too. Like that had to be traumatizing. Because there's nothing creepier than being in bed looking up and seeing a face in the window. Well, I guess a face next to the bed would be creepier, but no, that was some dad was. He wouldn't worry about nobody kidnapping me. I was an ugly kid. I was a fat, ugly boy. My sister, she was a beautiful little girl. He was. Plus, there was a big scare. So my sister was born mid '80s, and in North Alabama there was this whole big, and probably urban legend, probably never really happened, and you know that, but they were kidnapping people. You know that was a big thing, and there was a big devil worshiping scare in North Alabama back in the late '80s, early mid late '80s, and so that probably intensified it too. And you know you didn't one of the unfortunate parts of the internet and social media is those kind of hoaxes get spread really quick. But the benefit is it's also really quick to go and research and see if it's true or not. You didn't have internet in 1988. So if you heard they were kidnapping children from an area and sacrificing them, guess what? You believed it because it was better to believe it and be wrong than not believe it and be wrong. But you know, it is funny. I was watching this. There's a TV show comes on CBS called Tracker, and I enjoy it. But this week's episode, you know, they go back to the hotel room and the bad guys are in their room waiting with guns, and it's like, why would you? Why would you disarm yourself? Why would you let them? Like I know they're pointing guns at the other person, but they've told you they're going to kill you. So why would you like? Oh, they're going to kill me now in a hallway unless I go in the room and let them kill me. No, guess what, buddy? They're less likely to kill you in the hallway. But see, we had those kind of thoughts in our heads at 10 years old. But like I said, not only super rural, it was also a different time. I mean, I don't know how old you guys are though. But I mean, now I would think somebody was insane for their 10, 12-year old having unsupervised access. Ooh, another fish on. That's a good one. I think it'd be insane for a 10 or 12-year old having unsupervised access to firearms and allowed to just go and hunt when they want, where they want, on their own. But it was, and I wouldn't bat it back then. I mean, I was given my first shotgun at 5 years old. It was a little 410. It was another trophy. Ooh, 4.5 pounder. We're getting close to filling this up again. I mean, by the time before I was old enough to have a driver's license, I had 3 firearms that were just mine. I had a little 410 shotgun I got at 5. I had a 12 gauge I got, I think I was 12. And then when I was 15, Dad gave me my own deer rifle. And you got a 15-year-old with 3 of his own firearms in his own bedroom. That would be insane nowadays. I don't know why I felt like that cast was blown. I just need to reel it all in. But the one benefit we had back then was Dad taught us firearm safety. And he didn't have to worry about the internet and social media teaching us anything other. You know what I mean? And I think being a teenager is a good age if you have a kid that you think is responsible, and if your kid wants to hunt and stuff. That's a good age to give them the first gun. But a 11, 12-year old being home by himself in the summers and being bored, going and setting up targets and shooting unsupervised. Maidenhead, what's up? And it wasn't like I hit it. Like I'd be like, "Hey, Dad, look at what I did today. Look how good I'm getting at shooting this rifle." I'd be like, "Good job, son." Like it wasn't a, "Why did you have guns out while you were home alone?" It was, "Oh, good job. That's a useful skill." And again, it wasn't about killing anybody. It was about hunting. I have found that too. Ice fishing. 33 pounds. You're getting up there. I mean, it does. Well, here's what's funny. Some of your biggest kind of like people who are against guns, the first time they shoot one, they love it. Especially women. I've I've met very few women who did not enjoy if they were if the person taking them shooting was not a jerk. You don't take a 118-pound woman who's never fired a gun and put a 357 Magnum in her hand. That's true, Maidenhead. Oh, I agree, ice fishing. There's some countries where it's required. Now, of course, they don't have the unfettered access like we do, but they used to teach that in school. They used to teach not just firearm safety, hunter education and stuff. Now they won't talk about it in school. It seems like is stuff that's got no business being discussed in school. Another walleye. We're at 54, so we'll go over 55. Oh yeah, and that's what's funny is even in Alabama, if you get into like one of the bigger cities like Huntsville, I grew up outside of Huntsville, but Huntsville was the closest city of size to us. So it's like where my dad worked, and it's where we went to do all our big grocery shopping. And then when I went to work, when I got old enough to work, that's where I went to work. So I made a lot of friends there. But it was insane the number of people I knew who grew up in Alabama who had never fired a gun. Because now you actually have people who live in Alabama who's never been outside of a city. And people think of Alabama as all backwoods and, you know, boonies. There's millions of people. I say millions. There's hundreds of thousands between Huntsville, Birmingham, Montgomery, Mobile, who's never been off pavement. They've never seen grass that wasn't manicured by the city, you know, outside of their yard. And me, I mean, I feel like I got close neighbors, and we can't hear each other, you know. We'd have to, even if we yelled, we could barely make out what each other's saying. Like we have somebody who just built a house like across the road and down just a little bit, and they're close, but they're still 100 yards away. But they're across the road. Uh, I mean, it's fields all around me. To one side, it's like 15, 20 acres of cow pasture, and behind me, and to the other side, it's a hayfield. And the people across the hayfield and the people at the end of our road are all the belong to the same family as the person who owns the land that my trailer's on, and the cow pasture next to me. So you have a couple different types of. We got a bunch of homeschool people down here, and it's you got different types, and it also because there's homeschool that live in suburbs, and there's homeschool that live out in the country, and it's there's definitely a difference amongst them. Yeah, you know, you mentioned being in a suburb, and I was going to ask you if it was. I mean, I guess I could have looked up exactly where. I didn't stalk your address when I sent you that soap, but I was going to ask you if you were like close to Twin Cities or another one of the areas. So you're close to a major city. See, the Huntsville Metro is about 500,000. Huntsville proper is only like 250,000, but what they call the Metro. Get in, loser. We're going fishing. But the Huntsville Metro is 500,000. To me, that's huge. You know, wrong. I've been in cities, bigger cities. I've been in, you know, Dallas, St. Louis, Atlanta, Richmond. But you know, to me, I'm like I live next to a big city. It's Huntsville. There's another fish on. This will put us over our limit. I gotta look and make sure everything I got's walleye because I don't want to know. Well, if I'm over it, I'm over, so it don't matter. Yeah. So 2.36. So we're at 56.5. Let's check our keep net. No, it's all I threw away both fish that weren't. So man, that's not a bad day. We're at 10,000. Oh, I do too. So when I was without a home, I crashed with a friend who lived in this very, very expensive house in a very desirable neighborhood. You know, just outside of the historic area of downtown Huntsville. And I was grateful for the place to stay. And she had a beautiful house. And you know what? It was a beautiful neighborhood. But on one side, you could literally touch. Her house was huge. Like it was massive. That's why she had room for my brother and I. But on one side, you could just about touch the other house. I could watch their TV from the porch of her house. That's how close those were. And there's some houses they built south into Huntsville. They built a bunch of little row houses that some of them, I don't know if I can fit between. Like, you can literally just not even stretch out your arms and stand between the houses and touch them both. No, why'd you keep it, Aiden? That's why I always buy the advanced license. So I'm trying to decide if I want to put in one more day, or do I want to go to, you know what? I think I may put in one more day here before I go to the Everglades. I can't catch it. Do I still get XP if I don't keep them? Huh. Maybe I'll just catch a few more for XP because it won't let me go for another 10 minutes. Yeah, I'm too messy to live in a neighborhood. I know that's awful, but at least I'm self aware. Plus, it's going to be loud here. If I get the random desire, as long as my brother isn't here and I'm not bothering him, I can crank up my bass if I want. I can crank the amp up. I can just beat on my bass. I'm not good at playing it, so it makes it even worse. You know, nobody's close enough to hear me play loud music, which I don't really play a lot of loud music, but I do like to play the bass loud. I can beat on the drums and do what I want. And I like that. Plus, after 6 or 7 o'clock, you don't hear much traffic. Even during the day, you don't hear much traffic. Here, when I say, again, when I say neighbor, that's the neighbor that lives 300 yards across the field. Might hear their kid riding a four-wheeler behind my house, which I don't care. The cows. I hear cows more than I hear anything. But the best thing is, when I decide to go outside at night, ooh, there's a fish on. I can see stars. Who needs their heads examined? Oh, I've got two cousins actually. That's a good walleye. I got two cousins that live in HOAs. Of course, they're fancy and they have money and everything. I say money, they got more money than me. They live in nice houses and they like having nice, clean houses and everything too. But like, and I get it because people. No, I think it's insane. I would never elect to live in HOA. But I'm also, when I save up enough money to buy a place that's finally going to be mine, I don't care about property values. I mean, I don't want to live next to something that's super junked up. It might be contaminated or, you know, be a health hazard. But I don't care how pretty it is. Um, I don't have a wife. If I ever get a wife, I'm not going to get one that's going to care that the neighbor's house makes our house look bad. Ooh, another fish on. And so I get it. They have different things that are important to them. To me, I prefer to be out in the country. But I mean, I'm not going to pay a fee, have somebody tell me what I can and can't do. Because, and like I said, I'm not one of the people who think HOA should be abolished. Nobody lives in HOA that did not choose to be there. Because if you were there before the HOA, they can't force you to join it. But it's like, the one cousin of mine wants to put a shed in, but he can't just put any shed in. Like, I had a few years ago, I had one of them portable buildings brought out to use as my storage because it was cheaper to finance one of those than it was to pay a storage unit rental for everything. Oh yeah, condo owners. And one of my cousins, they love it, but he can't get one because it has to match the house. And of course, there's size parameters, even in the backyard. Ooh, oh, I thought we had, but like even if it's in his backyard where the neighbors can't see it, I don't think you have any choice if you buy a condo somewhere to not be part of that, right? Like I don't know of any condos like that. I mean, when they're built, they have them, don't they? Of course, only way I'd ever own a condo if it was I was wealthy and had like a beach rental. It's like this is my vacation condo. But if I was wealthy enough to own one of those, I'd rather just have a little house on the beach. Of course, I'm out of touch too. I've been poor so long, I haven't had to worry about that kind of stuff. Nice. See, we in sync. So, Aiden, you're in Oregon. Are you like close to a city or a major city, a small city? Don't tell me you're in Portland. I thought we had official. All right, so I see when I was younger, when I was growing up, Huntsville was not the city it is now. So you live in a nice area. Hey, y'all got redwood trees out there? Or is that just Northern California? Now, does Oregon got redwoods and sequoias? Nice. I think he's gonna let me jump. Oh, got one. I got a minute and a half left, so another cast or two. Yeah. So you close like those lush forests and stuff you see on TV? Or am I thinking Washington? Oregon's got a lot of lush forests and stuff too, though, right? Nice. I bet that's pretty. And we got a lot of forest land here too, but y'all got that. It's a different type of. At least from what I've seen pictures of it. At least if I'm remembering correctly. I wouldn't mind driving through some of that. And I'll be able to jump days after this cast. I agree. Man, like I said, I feel better about only being 15 or 16 now. But a lot of them just, hadn't done anything yet. Like I've been through Arkansas a lot. I've never done anything in Arkansas, but I don't really care to because it's Arkansas. So we got 5896 and another 3100 XP off that one. Yeah, one more day. No, I don't want to do that. Let's look at here. Oh, I'll cast a few, but I may spend the one bait coin to go to the premium. So how much we got in the? If I can get to 20,000, I'll feel better about going to the Everglades. I think it still may not be enough. So what two states you been through? California and Washington, or what's the other ones? Actually, Idaho, Utah. I aced geometry too when I was in school. I mean geometry. What's like I aced geography? Called it geometry. I never took any geology. Got you. Oh, he's jumping over there. Oh, I knew it was a joke, but I never took any geology. No, but actually, when I was in high school, I was like a geometry nerd. Like I won the yearly award for that. And then, dude, we got everything. No joke. So we got the foothills. We're at the very bottom end of the Appalachians. And so it's a nice little 2.8 pounder. So, northeast, you've got, where the foothills, of the Appalachian Mountains. Um, there's actually, believe it or not, in Alabama, there's a ski resort. Um, and it's in the far northeast of our state. So you have mountains. Where I live, North Alabama, I live what they call the Tennessee Valley, which is southern middle Tennessee and North Alabama. Not all North Alabama, but it's the valley of the Tennessee River. Where I'm at, it's small mountains, a gigantic valley. Huntsville's in a gigantic valley, but small mountains, rivers, and lakes. Um, Pine forest, A lot of pine, a lot of oak, um, walnut, that kind of stuff. A lot of oak trees around here, but forested. And then, you're outside the city. It's a lot of river land, a lot of creeks and rivers, a lot of farmland, a lot of cotton fields, cotton and soy field. And believe it or not, quite a big cow business too, cattle business. Also huge. Alabama's a huge chicken plant state, like growing chickens. So you see chicken farms a lot too. Um, and then it gets a little as you get down farther south, like you get like an hour and a half, 2 hours south of me, it starts to flatten out. Um, there's still some mountains, but it flattens out. It's a lot of forest. A lot of forest in Alabama. Pretty much outside of the cities, it's lakes, rivers, and forest. And then until you get down south, and it's beach. I love it. I mean, I said I haven't been to a million places, but I mean, I've seen some pretty places, but I love it here. And that's it. I'm 6 hours from the Gulf. You know, I can be at the beach in 6 hours, and then I'm less than 4 hours from the Smokies, which they're not the Rocky Mountains, but they're significant. I get up into Tennessee. There's significant mountains in eastern Tennessee, the Smoky Mountains. Where Dollywood is. Um, and so you can, and in the wintertime, I can drive northeast 3 hours, 4 hours, and I can have significant cold snow weather, or I can drive due south 5 hours, and I can have summer weather. And so it's not bad. And like I said, I mean around here, there's great. Believe it or not, there's great kayaking water around here. There's great fishing around here. There's decent hunting around here. Um, there's a couple off-road parks if you into riding like four wheelers and side by sides and four-wheel drive trucks. Um, there's a couple drag strips. There's it's not NASCAR, but it's like I call it minor league racing. The stuff that people do before they become NASCAR drivers. We've got one of those tracks, and that's all within an hour of where I'm at. And then if you don't want to do that kind of redneck stuff, um, there's an off Broadway theater. We got several concert venues. Um, there's several fine dining restaurants now. I don't drink, I don't party, I don't do clubs. So the breweries and all that stuff don't appeal to me, but they're here. Um, we've even Huntsville's even got a drag club, believe it or not. So if you're one of those people who like nightlife, there's redneck bars, there's gay bars, there's drag bars, there's biker bars, there's bars you don't want to go in if you're not white, there's bars you don't want to go in if you're not black. I mean, there's literally every type of entertainment you can think of. And as far as music, we have, everything from, you know, opera to rap, everything in between. Now, Huntsville's always been good with the local music scene. I say Huntsville, North Alabama's always been great with local music. I used to love to go and hit the bar, even like after I quit drinking, I still enjoyed going and seeing the bar bands. They're always really good. Um, my brother used to make his living playing music. He played in a lot of bars. But there's museums. All right, that's another good one. So there's museums. There's a soccer stadium now. Soccer didn't. So soccer did not exist in North Alabama when I was in school. Now, not only is it in every school, we have one of those small professional teams here. Like there's a whole stadium. We've got minor league baseball. We used to have the Huntsville Stars, but now it's they moved off, but now it's the Trash Pandas, which is even better. And when you want to talk about industry, I mean, the space program was built in Huntsville, Alabama. The Missile Command is based out of Alabama. Like so many of my friends and family who went to college and stuff, they have nice jobs. They work on defense systems for our government, or you know, like literal rocket scientists. Um, the Saturn V rockets built here in North Alabama. The Patriot missile, a lot of that work's done here in North Alabama. Um, the radar system, we got Raytheon, Lockheed, all of those companies. Um, but then we also have in Alabama, we've got VW, Honda, Toyota, Mercedes, Mazda, you know, all them foreign cars that are actually made here. And then you get down South Alabama, down around Mobile to the ports, you know, there's shipbuilding and stuff. Like they build like big Navy ships. Oh yeah, Alabama's huge. I mean, Werner von Braun, our for years our main entertainment venue, the Von Braun Center, named after Werner von Braun, the guy who designed the rocket that put us on the moon. Yeah, we do have black bears, and yeah, Trash Panda's a raccoon. Yeah, when you talk about wildlife, we've got coyotes, bobcats, black bears, white-tailed deer, squirrel, rabbit, raccoons. We don't have wolves in Alabama. We got alligators and beavers. We also got, you know, the scary snakes, the bad snakes, the rattlesnake, the copperhead, and the cottonmouth. That's your three U.S. baddies, and we've got them all in spades. Yeah, every once in a while we'll hear something outside. There'll be a possum in our daggum garbage can. Pretty sure that's what Gary, my cat's, been fighting out there. He comes in with a nick out of his ear every once in a while. And I figured he mistaken a possum for a girl cat. Skunks. We have foxes. I don't see a lot of them around here, though. We tend to, and this is what's funny because, again, it's a juxtaposition between, there's a fish on. So many people have moved here who not only aren't from here, they didn't grow up in the country. They just, they freak out when they realize that we kill coyotes on sight. Um, and that's one of the things in Alabama. Coyotes and wild hog, you can hunt them all year long. There's no closed season, no limits. Kill at will, especially coyotes. Oh man, every once in a while we'll get a skunk around here, and I'm sure Gary irritates it because we'll smell it, but he never smells like them. I know we looked at there one night, and there was a skunk sticking its nose in the beehive, and I'm like, you know what? I don't care if he eats every bee in there. I'm not going out there messing with it. I've made it. I've made it 40 some odd years without ever getting personally sprayed by a skunk. And he have all that honey. He can eat every one of them bees. I don't care. Oh yeah, yeah. Coyotes are, and the thing about it, they're city people enemy too, and they just don't believe it. But coyotes and wild boar, which I mean, shoot them to eat, but they're also a nuisance animal. A wild boar will destroy crops quick too. And the thing about it, coyotes, they'll go after your pets and your livestock, but wild boars, they'll just destroy your land. Also, wild boars are dangerous. Exactly. They got no manners. They do not understand the rules of hospitality. I mean, old Jailer had to get shot because of the wild boars. But gee, yeah, deer ruin your garden too. And people don't realize that either. There's a reason the government allows people to kill them, which I hate. That's even a statement. The government allows us to do. We're supposed to, you know, govern the government, not the other way around. Well, I'm going to spend the bait coin and jump ahead. And we were talking about that a couple nights ago. People don't realize that hunters and fishermen are the biggest conservationists out there. True hunters and true outdoorsmen. They're we're wrong. You got some stupid rednecks out there who just don't care, but that was one thing our dad did instill us: always be a good steward of whatever land you're using. Don't trash it up. And the thing about I'm young. Remember when there was just public? I don't mean people who own places that we everybody thought was public. True public land that was just free to go camp on and just hang out on. And it's just not around anymore. They can't be around anymore because people trash it up or they drug it up, make it not safe. Man, these are good. But that was we didn't do a lot of going on vacations as kids. We just we were poverty, and I'm not being exaggerated. I mean, it was we grew up in poverty, but also Dad just worked all the time too, trying to keep us fed. But what we did do for, I mean, we had there's a few beach trips, but there's no fish on. But our biggest thing, yeah, nobody's taught to respect stuff anymore. But our biggest thing for vacation or trip was we went to the lake. You know, we didn't have a lot of stuff. We couldn't afford to go on trips. What we could afford to do was we had a old tent, we had a cooler, and Mom and Dad would pack us up, pack a tent, pack a cooler, and had a little gas stove sometimes. Sometimes we just used, whatever grill was there, or we'd take a grill and, you know, we'd go and fish and eat bologna sandwiches. That was a lot of our, when we had leisure time, that's what it was. I mean, we fished so much. And to this day, I still love a bologna sandwich with mustard and Lay's potato chips on it. I thought we had one. Man, I kind of want a bologna sandwich right now. I haven't had one in a while. When I say a while, I just mean like a couple months. I don't mean like forever. I love bologna. The best bologna, I don't normally buy it because it's expensive though, is the Ziegler original recipe thick cut. That stuff's that's Alabama. That Conecuh sausage. Those are two prime Alabama pork products. Y'all probably don't have Ziegler Conecuh sausage up there. Oh, the poor vacation memories are way better. Way better. Dude, I'd give oh man. Ain't none I wouldn't give be able to sit there on the riverbank. My mom and dad again, throwing out a bobber with a cricket on it, eating a slice of bologna between two pieces of cheap white bread with some Lay's tater chip on it. Oh, you're exactly right, Aiden. So, ice fishing, he may be on a different day than you. He may literally have different fish in the water than you. See, I'm on day 3. It is. It really is. I got about 30 more minutes in me, then I'm going to pack it up. Dude, the first place we lived in, it was a little trailer. That's a small trailer back in the woods. And before we ended up getting out of there, that floor was so full of holes, and it was so. Our mom would sit up at night while we slept to make sure the giant. Oh, I missed that bite. To make sure the giant gopher rats didn't hurt us while we were sleeping. And then we moved to a place that was decent, but we weren't able to stay there long. I can't remember what happened. I don't know if they sold it or whatever. And then the next place we lived after that, um, there was a hole going between the living room and the kitchen. There was a giant hole in the floor. We had to walk around it. We put a piece of plywood over it. We still walked around it though because we was afraid it wouldn't hold. That house was heated by a giant wood buck stove, and I'm talking about big enough to put a small to medium sized person in wood stove that we sometimes cooked on. Um, didn't have a fully functioning kitchen. Um, we rented that house, and it was in the middle of a horse pasture, and so we had a couple horses in our front yard all the time. One horse had a horse, an Australian Shepherd, was a fish on, that they both thought my little sister belonged to them. Get rid of you. This blue quarter horse would try to come in the house. If you opened the door, he would stick his head in the door and try to step into the house. Um, from there, my parents financed a brand new mobile home, a big one too, 16 by 80. It was the biggest one you get at the time. 1,200 something square feet, and it was nice too. And Dad ended up losing his job, and we lost our home. When you get foreclosed on and it's a trailer, you don't just have to move; you get to see them drag your home off. They were never able to catch up. They were just never able to catch up. Um, and they never got a break. They finally started making. Dad started finally making decent money for him, the fish on. My sister, she doesn't. She actually had a few good years before Mom got sick. Um, but they had a point to where it was just my sister at home instead of all of us, and Dad was making better money for the time. It was good money. Mom was working. Um, Mom didn't work, but a little bit when I was a kid, and so they were doing really good. Like they had finally got like decent vehicles and stuff. Then Mom got cancer, and Dad got put out of work with his back for a little while. Got his back fixed, went to work, but he was missing so much work with Mom dying. Of course, Mom, lost her income, and that just it was like they never caught up. And Dad, trying to take care of Mom while she was sick, his health went to crap. And a few years after Mom died, Dad just didn't get to the point where he couldn't work anymore between his heart and his kidneys and his back and everything. And the problem is, even when you get put on disability, there's a long waiting period. Even after you're approved, they make you wait. Like if you even after you get approved disability, you still got to wait 6 to 8 months to get your first check. And so Dad couldn't work, and it's not like he was prepared with all these long-term disability plans. Um, and so he was applying for disability, and then when he got approved, there was still so much time he had to go that you know I had to cash out all of my savings to keep him in a house. And I should have just moved in with him at that point. But at that point, I thought I was going to get married and everything, so I wouldn't do it. But I ended up cashing in all my savings to support him until he got his disability, which, it's not like it was a lot to live off of. And I never recovered. And then when he died without life insurance. And even a modest funeral's $10,000. I don't know if you knew that or not. Now I got some help on that. But it destroyed my credit because there was things that I was on with Dad that was his bills, but he couldn't get without me being on it with him. And after he died and quit paying his part, I couldn't keep up on him. So there was stuff that got repoed. There was just stuff that went bad. It seems like every time I'll start catching up, something will happen. Yeah, that's not a. You know what? I mean, it's gonna sound crazy, but believe it or not, you're lucky that you're prepared ahead of time. Because 4 hours before my dad died, he was in the hospital. But just a few hours before he died, he's sitting on the edge of his hospital bed, kicking his feet, laughing and joking. And the doctor had just told him that he didn't see any reason he couldn't ride his motorcycle to Key West, which is about a 16, 17-hour ride, the following week. That was just 3 hours before he coded the first time. That's how unexpected and sudden my dad's death was. The doctor literally said, "Oh yeah, if you want to go to Key West next week or week after, not a problem. Ride, not just go, ride your motorcycle." You gotta love small towns like that. Uh, I'm trying to math about 59. Oh, fish on. Yeah, 59. Well, almost 59. It was a couple months before he turned 59. My mom died a month before she turned 50. Yeah, I lost my mom at 25, and 10 years later, like 10 years, lost mom in '02, lost dad in 2012. Oh, another trophy. That's funny how I've caught them bigger than this that weren't trophies. The thing I didn't realize was if there's somebody there, they won't stop resuscitating somebody or attempting to resuscitate somebody unless the person who is listed as the person in charge tells them to stop. Dude, your dad's just 5 or 6 years older than me. Look here, young man. So your dad's actually younger than my older brother. Because Jeff's 8 years older than me. I accidentally lie about my age all the time because I forget that I'm 48. Well, no, I'm like 45, 46. 82. Now, see, on my mom's side, all the men lived up to their 80s just about. Some of them in their 90s. So yeah, so you're right there with me. You're a good old Gen Xer. Aiden, you're not even millennial, are you? Now here's a crazy thing about Gen Xers. Oh, dude, Aiden really could be our kid. You seem so much more mature than that. Yeah, Dad didn't have one of those. And guess who was his person? The only person who was allowed to dictate his treatment. And so that was me. I had to tell him to stop. They're like, all we're doing is beating on him. No, the fish on. No. Yeah, he stayed on. Oh, now he's going to try to pull out. Look at you go, little guy, trying to fight. You a little trooper. Look at you. But it's insane because they're like, yeah, we can't stop unless you tell us to. They're like, he's gone, but we can't stop. And I'm like, well, he's gone. Where can you stop? And I'm like, well, just stop. If it ain't doing nothing, stop beating on him. And the craziest thing, and I wasn't prepared for this, I get handed a phone. They're like, here, they need to speak to you. And it's these people asking all these questions about Dad. And I'm sitting there, like I said again, mere hours earlier, we're joking, laughing, cutting up. And it's not like he died in a horrific accident. He died in the hospital with nothing wrong, supposedly. And I mean, he had something wrong. Obviously, he was in the hospital, but you know, and they start asking about his vision and his heart. And I'm like, his heart just came out. And finally, I'm like, are y'all wanting to harvest his organs? If I tell y'all we're not donating his organs, this phone call end. And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, we're not giving anything. And that may have been crass, new level. Yeah, you know what? Ooh, fish cabin L and a 5 case. Yeah, no. If you're gonna die, you don't want to leave the X anything. Oh, I bet. My brother did the same thing though when he got, he's made sure everything's, which I'm his and he's mine on everything. No, exes don't get anything. And when they become an ex, you definitely get them off the stuff because you don't want that temptation out there. There you go. Oh, come on. I thought I had fish on. There's a fish on. Oh, so I made, that's smart though. I mean, that's a good way to do it too. I mean, well, whoever's left with your stuff, you know, they're not having to deal with crap. They're not upside down on it or anything. Nice. Yeah, excuse me. Yep. By the time I was 35, I had no parents or grandparents left. And it's crazy to me when somebody my age talks about, they post a picture with their grandma, and I'm like, I ain't even got a mom. You got a grandma? How you got a grandma? Yep. I literally helped bury my great grandmother. Like she died when I was in high school, and she was buried in this little bitty church out in the middle of nowhere. And after the service, this elderly couple, like old and stooped over, goes out and grabs a shovel and starts shoveling the dirt in. And we're like, and Dad sent me and one of my cousins who was at the funeral, like, y'all go over and do that. Don't make them do that. We're like, Dad, why don't you go do it? So I literally helped bury my great grandmother. Ah, I thought I had a fish on. Yeah, there was a while I was pretty morbid about death and stuff, and people understood why. Like, I've missed a lot of funerals the last 10 years. I mean, I just went too many. I mean, it was all my grandparents and both my parents, all before I was, 35. And that was enough. And you got to realize, my sister, she's 8 years younger. She was a teenage girl when she lost her mama, when our mom died. Well, it's got gloomy. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean to get all gloomy. That was one of the hardest parts about with mom. Maybe wrong. I was talking about how be grateful we are, be prepared, but that was one of the, you know, mom almost died when they found her cancer. They cut a tumor the size of a football out of her. But then she lived 28 more months after that. And she packed in a good bit of living in that 28 months, too. But the nerve wracking part was the number of times where she would have a bad day and you'd get a call, be like, your mom's not doing good. If you better get up here tonight if you want to see her before she passes. And so we had so many, she's not going to make it through the nights over, a period of 2 years that I was literally sick. Low line tension. And then she would recover and be good for a month or so. Then all of a sudden it would just, yeah, that's just how, it was with her cancer. And that was the constant, and you couldn't live. I remember I didn't try marijuana until I was 25 years old. And it wasn't long before mom died when I decided to try it. And I got stoned, and it was the most horrible night of my life because all of a sudden the thought hit me, what if this is the night mom actually dies and I can't go say goodbye to her because I'm high on the marijuana? Probably why I hate it so bad. But yeah, we just live with that constant. You better come say goodbye. She's not going to be here tomorrow. Oh God, no, it's still not legal here. They're starting to do some medical stuff, I believe, but no, it is still. So Alabama has one of the stupidest. Like I don't condone any drug use, but well, I don't know what it is now. I know 5 years ago, or no, 10 years ago when I was growing it and selling it, uh, uh, and not using it. But the way our laws are written in Alabama at that time, when they may have changed, they've been doing. There's been some medical stuff approved, but I know that as recent as 5 years ago, you could literally end up with life in prison and never be caught with more than 3 joints. Because the way the law was, first attempt, if it was under 2 pounds, was a misdemeanor. No big deal. Every offense after that was automatic felony. Third offense was life in prison. Minimum sentence, no parole. I don't mean that's what the judge would be like. That's what was in our law. Third marijuana offense, life in prison is the minimum sentence, no chance of parole. And so if you get caught with a joint, you get a misdemeanor. But if you get caught with a joint the second time, you've already got that misdemeanor, that's a felony. Another felony, life in prison. So technically, if you got caught with a joint 3 different times and the cop wanted to push it, maybe there's a lawsuit now, but not then. Our prisons are overfilled with people who did nothing more than smoke marijuana. It really is like a real fishing trip, isn't it? But of course, our politicians, our prisons down here, and it's across the country, our prisons are private. You hear them talk about the prison industrial complex, like the military industrial complex. I mean, all of our politicians, you know, they don't directly own prisons, but they own parts of companies that have prisons in their portfolio. Our prisons aren't privately owned, and so it's a for profit. And so when the lawmakers financially benefit from people being in jail, I mean, guess what they're going to do? They're going to make sure they're in jail. Plus, the only control a government has over a man is to make it laws for him to break. The more laws they can break, the more consequences, the more control they have over us, and plus the more money they can make off of us. Succeed Cub has bothered me. Oh, that's a long time. That's what I try to do too. I used to get fired up over politics, buddy. I used to scream every Ron Paul idea from the rooftops. But now I hate it. I mean, I wouldn't never like identity politics like a lot of people because I hate that. I hate that somebody's got to bring politics. I also hate the fact that I can't criticize one person without somebody saying, well, so and so, that doesn't matter what so and so did. But yeah, I seldom. I'll look at it every once in a while, but nah, for the most part, dude, I'm just trying to survive. Do my best to live in peace and do my best to not be of the world. And I'm not trying to be preachy, but that's what the book tells us. You got to be in the world, but not of the world. And one of the most worldly things to do right now is to be super politically charged one way or another. Don't get me wrong, I got my beliefs, but they're not based on who's president. My biggest thing though, it hates it makes. Oh, that's a good one. The biggest thing that makes it hard for me to keep my mouth shut though is when I see like an outright twist or lie, and it's really hard for me to not, well, actually, great job. Like I don't claim to be living like I'm supposed to be living and be perfect, and I fall short of grace all the time. But there's these commercials that's been out for about a year now, and it's a be like Jesus type of commercial, and they're misrepresenting, either truly ignorant or they're truly evil, because they're trying to use what Jesus did in his message to support. Congratulations. They're like, well, Jesus hung out with the sinners and the publicans and stuff, and he did. You know, the Pharisees came through and they were mad because he was sitting there eating with a tax collector and a former prostitute. And people use that. They're like, see, Jesus accepted them. He also told them that if they wanted to hang out with him, they had to quit doing what they're doing. And it's like the commercials use an example, and I forget what it was. They're like, you know what Jesus did? He washed feet. Jesus washed 12 people's feet, and every single one of them was a disciple. He didn't wash the feet of people who were actively doing what he set out to do. Anyway, I'm not even going to get off on that. I don't even mean to get off on that, but it's hard for me to bite my tongue when I see that stuff. Or when they'll say they're trying to ban books there in Tennessee. No, nobody's banning a book from the school. They're just saying this book should not be in the elementary library. This entire school only goes to fourth grade. It doesn't need a book about homosexual intercourse. That's not banning a book. Yeah, and in the same way, and the thing about it, you got people who claim to be religious trying to use it for to manipulate as well. So I mean, it's not just people using it to justify, you know, insanity. The biggest thing they use justified is the homosexuality, the transgenderism. That's the biggest thing they try to use Jesus to justify. And they skip right over where Jesus said it was wrong for a man to be with a man and a woman to be with a woman. But also, but here's the problem, and this is where I don't. No sin's greater than the other, and that's something, and that's what the people who are trying to be drag queens in front of third graders, and they're like, "Look, Jesus is okay with the sin. He liked the sinners." Jesus also said there was no sin worse or better. If you justify one sin, you're justifying them all. And that's what's really bothering me when they try to do that. I hate manipulation. because there's so much about that's exactly ice fishing, exactly. There's stuff we don't need to know, but man, they're okay with cramming it down our throats. But we see it every day, and we'll continue to see it, see more of it. And my whole, you don't need to be discussing sexual orientation with third graders isn't any kind of anti LGBTXQYZ. It's you have no business talking about sex with children. And those are situations where it gets hard for me to hold my tongue and not not speak my mind. And you really want to make them mad? Ask them, why is it so important for you to talk about sex with 7-year-olds? And watch them get fired up and mad and call you're the bigot for asking them that. Like this woman I saw several months ago. Both her children are transgender. One of them, before she was even 2, she was depressed and suicidal because she was the wrong gender. That's a bold-faced lie. There ain't no 1-year-old who is depressed and suicidal because they wish they were a girl instead of a boy or vice versa. Exactly, Aiden. And I'm the same way, Ice Fishing. If I ever have kids or learn I got one out there, homeschool. I got friends and family who are teachers in public school, and even in some of the not as urban areas, you run into stuff. It's like, really, I got to deal with this. One, he just calls everybody by their name. He can't use he or she because he's not gonna. Because he's not gonna. He's not gonna call 17-year-old Sally with long hair and looks like a pretty girl. Not gonna call her sir, and vice versa. So he just calls them by their names. No sir, ma'ams. Yeah, and the thing about it, it's especially when it's under like teenagers. Yeah, they probably starting to figure out stuff, but if they're when they're oh, another fish on. But when they're under 16, it ain't even their idea. Somebody's put that in their head. Man, we've been all over the place on conversation tonight. Ooh, See, I caught one that was a little bit smaller earlier. That was a trophy. Exactly. How to think, not what to think. That's one thing. Dad always taught us to play devil's advocate, but then he got so mad when we were grown up, and we'd be like, "No, Dad," and we'd argue with him. He'd get so mad. Like, it's what you taught us. He would never give us, and like even if we had the right answer on something, like, he would he would play devil's advocate and make us argue other sides of stuff. And it did. It taught us how to think for ourselves. It also made us a bit of jerks too. You like that word? I wish I was a mathematician. Here's another thing, and maybe it is different. Maybe it was different for you. That's what I was going to say earlier. We're Gen X, so like the younger millennials, because older millennials are basically Gen X's, but younger millennials and the generation right after them, they could have completely different growing up experiences depending on where they lived in the country. But Gen X, you'll find similarities between somebody who grew up in the middle of the sticks like me and somebody who grew up in California, somebody who grew up in Minnesota. Somebody, Gen X, you'll find similarities between all of us when we were kids. Anybody that's 45 older. And it's weird. A lot of the same ideas. That's how much the world's changed since then. But it's also how much the internet has changed since then. Changed the internet changed the world. But what I was getting at, when I was in school, now my sister, she's just 8 years younger than me. It's a lot younger. That was a huge difference in things like at school. Now, like, and I did notice like other kids who were close to my age, they had more, because I mean, being rural, we were a little behind. But like my junior high, what must be referred to as middle school, um, eighth grade, the most advanced math you could take was pre-algebra. That was the highest math you could take at my school up to eighth grade. That also meant by the time you got to high school, if you were one of the pre-algebra kids, you could take algebra your ninth grade year, and in your 10th grade year, you could take algebra 2, and then you could choose whatever take after that, like trig and then calculus or geometry. So I had to take algebra 2, and geometry, and then I took trig. I never took calculus in high school, but now you got kids taking trig like in middle school now, and we didn't even have algebra available until high school. And then trig, our math teacher, boy, he'd teach you really good. Our trig teacher, great at teaching algebra, even some geometry. I remember nothing from trig. What I do remember was I needed some extra credit, and so he let me do. See, I did trig in 12th grade. Fish on. So to get extra credit in my trig class, I drew the solar system, which had 10 planets back then. I drew the solar system on a poster board for extra credit in a trig class. Think about that. Now, of course, our teacher also knew a large majority of the time we were children because he owned a local store in one of the communities. Happened to be the community I was from. And he would not answer to Mr. whatever his last name was. And not just because he refused to answer, it didn't register. And that was the other thing, coming from small town, there are people you grew up calling one name. Didn't know my tangents or my sines or my cosines. And cosines when you need help getting a loan. But yeah, that was, and I mean, as far as Trig, I remember him. He was one of the few teachers who refused to use his dedicated laminated passes. He still hand wrote his hall passes because each teacher only had 2 hall passes. He hand wrote his out, so he had as many as he wanted. And I had him for first period, so I would get a hall pass from him at the beginning of the day. But I remember doing that. I remember talking to the girl that I had the crush on. And I remember doing the solar system. That's all I remember for that class. And I made an A in that class. Now, algebra and geometry, I used that my entire life because, I blue collar. Didn't realize I was using it. And then even when I had a white collar job, when I became a financial advisor, you still use basic algebra to figure stuff. Use a little bit of calculus, use a calculator for that. Fish on. Lost a little bitty guy. That's a pike. Ooh, that's good though. But I'm gonna let him go. Oh, we got that one too. Okay, so that 20-something pounder the guy caught earlier, it was a pike slasher. We'll worry about that on another day. I need to get off here, but I'm gonna try to. I'm so close to maxing out my net here. But yeah, my first real job, I was working at Lowe's selling building materials, and I mean, I'd used algebra and geometry in the construction jobs before that, but I mean, I was figuring people's roofing and insulation needed, you know, doing blueprint takeoffs. So I mean, I used algebra and geometry every day on that. And that's the thing about it, you got a lot of dumb people think you got a lot of unintelligent blue collar workers. They don't even realize how much math they know and use every day without knowing that's what they're doing. Of course, I did know people who could sit there and do a blueprint takeoff and tell you down to the stick what was needed. Or take the measurements on a house and tell you exactly to the shingle or the roll of insulation with zero waste. But if they tried to do the exact same math on something else, there's another fish on, even the exact same math, but they couldn't do it just to do it, unless it had to do with doing some kind of construction. So the pike slasher, whatever that is, I saw somebody when I was on here this first time. One of the guys fishing next to me, he caught like a 20-something pound pike slasher. What do you? Oh my God! What did you just catch? It's funny how that works, isn't it? It's like how some people are great at word problems, some people suck at word problems. Because see, she wasn't doing math; she was counting calories. She is, isn't she? You would think we were just three guys sitting on a creek bank somewhere, wouldn't you? That's exactly what fishing. Let me tell you what. Some of my some of my worst heartaches were healed casting the fishing line. Nice. Ooh, one more and it's full again. Oh, that stinks. I meant to get off here before midnight. Oh wow. And I'm already at 55 nearly. That's I spent. It was worth spending that bait coin, dude. Were you at Mud River, Mud Creek, whatever it's called? No, I'm at Aiden. No, I know where you're at, Ice Fish. You're just on a different. You're in a different room, on a different server than me. Yeah, I haven't bought any leeches. Hey, Jack. We're playing. I'm playing on PC, and I think they are too. I know Ice Fishing is, but it's all cross-platform, isn't it? I mean, there's no reason Xbox and PC is not cross-platform. It's both Microsoft. missed him. That's, you know, you don't never mention a streak when you're on a streak. That way you don't ruin it. Maybe you need to talk about the slump so you ruin the slump. Yeah, Aiden, why hadn't you friend requested us on here? You see mine. There's one guy on here, but they said my room was full earlier when Ice Fishing tried to get on. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe people on maybe people on console end up on different servers. I said I was gonna get off 30 minutes ago, but I'm so close to finishing this. Will this be my third? This will be the third time I've filled this up since I come back over here. So Jack Bomb, if you like the stream, I usually do this over on my other channel. It's just I'd already streamed over once a day and uploaded a video. Um, and so I didn't want to stream again on my main channel. That's why I'm on this one. But if you enjoy it, like I said, I don't know what that means. I'm about to end the stream here in a few minutes. I think what I'm going to try to do is upload all the streams here. And then if I feel like streaming more than once a day, stream the second time over here. There we go. Fish on. And if this is a walleye, I'm done for the night. Nope, it's a pike. We're gonna let him go. I'm gonna have to start a club. The mighty fisherman. So when we get level 80, we can go to Japan and catch marlin. Oh, this he had a little. He didn't lose it. We're going fishing. So this is gonna be it. It's gonna be final fish for tonight. Yep. That's not a bad one. 2.5 pounds. That's our. I think it's the third time we filled a keep net over here on this stream. Might just be the second. Nah, it's got to be the third. We've been on too long. How long have I been on? $17.30. Oh wow. Yeah. Yeah, I'll wait a minute. I'll grab some XP while we're waiting. Ugh. Oh, and I got quiet, didn't it? I don't know what else I need to do. I just rubbed the heck out of that in. Let's see here. Look at that. I got 3 friends too. Oh. No, I've been thinking about the past couple of days, but it costs some money to start clubs, so I think I might have to like it. I've got to earn a lot more. But and some of them cost like you can do that one. Then you got to have a background and a frame, and that's just for the yeah. But no, I've been thinking about it. It probably man, look at that. So another almost $6 grand in my keep net. Look at every single one of these. Barbless narrow spoon, barbless narrow spoon. Cool. So do you see us? Let's search for him. See if it. So are you just green light? Green light 16. There's a bunch of different green space light. Yeah, there's no green space. It's got to be green light. It says you're online, so that must be you. Green light 8504. There's just a green light. There's no green light 8504. Must be. So it must not. It must not be. That's weird. So I'm gonna empty my keep net. $59.30. I'm not gonna do it right now, but I'm gonna, just in case I want to fish her tomorrow, I'll go ahead and extend it. But there's a good chance I'm going to Everglades. Well, I'm going to fill it up at least one more time. But anyway, that's it, guys. I appreciate y'all hanging out. I've enjoyed the conversation, as crazy and all over the place it's been. Jack, thanks for stopping by. I hope we see you next time. My main channel is The Mighty Dale, or The Dale. If you want to stop in there and say hi to us, I usually stream daily in there. At least I have been. Anyway, anybody else who's watching, thank you. I love all y'all. God bless y'all. And I'll see y'all later.